やっていこうね。ディスコエリジウム続きです。で、もうね、先に進もうというところで。キムがね、もうね、今日いないから、何もできないんだよな、多分。こんなに。何もじゃないけど、できない。線路グラス。で、大豆職人。大豆職人だよ。あ、洗面器やれるか。じゃあ、ちょっとやる。ねえ。他は、あとどうだっけね。図書室？いや、アパートだな。エルドの壁画ってやってないっけ？ストーリーで必要なやつだ。じゃあ、缶抜きがかかったドアと、ひげ剃りをやってみようね。この後は椅子で休もう。缶抜きがかかったドアってどこかな？これバルコニーよ。いや、バルコニーもなんかないんだよな。こんにちは、なんかないかな？
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
旅行中の入居者はいるか？郵便物が溢れてる部屋があるんだが。一応聞くか。
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
これはクーノの家だよな。
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
10号室
No
は
one lives there. It's been empty for months.
会話したっ
Impossible.
け？
I would know if someone had moved in there.
あ、そこか。
Maybe it's those countercultural people again.
カルチャー。
Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look.
新しいタスクが来たよ。
Great. Young people.
10号室
They're
ね。
worse than
前
rats.
のかかった部屋には
That one is a scientist, a future scholar.
学者先生。
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
共産主義の象徴だな。
The symbol of what now?
共産主義だよ。世界革命の。普通に世界革
Never
命。
heard of it.
そうなのか。廊下の突き当たりに住んでる。
I don't want to talk about Deweeters.
そうなの？
Addicts, all of them. And sometimes I hear them screaming.
こっちがクーノのところか。
They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights.
そのうち追い出されるので
No
は？
one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been
子
thrown
供がい
out.
るから追い出されてないんだ
I
な。
don't like talking about.
She mumbles some kind of.
出た。新しいやつ。ここかな？
You hear someone walking around
空
inside,
き家のはず。
rearranging the furniture.
Excuse me? Of course not.
You have plenty of reason to enter.
身元を確認させてもらおう。
Oh, come on.
ありがとう。開けてくれた。
That was
開
easy.
けなかったな。初めて新しいのに出会えるとは。しっかりとした服を着ていらっしゃる。いただいてしまえ。マットレス。虫がもぞもぞと動いているのが聞こえる。もしかして七節か？いや、多分違う。七節かもしれんぞ。革靴だ。間接的な課税方法。 金関係の何かができるのかな。うん、かっこいいね。こんにちは。
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty
なる
Associates.
ほど。
I am not breaking in, as I have
不動
every
産の
right
人
to
だか
be
らか。
here. The keys, see?
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
うん、パスポートを調
It
べよう。
feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
素敵な髪型だね。
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
ここで何してるんだい？
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant
う
completely
ん、
trashed
壁
the
紙と
place.
か剥がれてるね。大変ね。どんな人物が住んでたんだ？
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago.
1ヶ月前の
Anyway,
話。
was there anything you
へー
wanted, or is that it?
愛ちゃんみたいな部屋には誰が住んでいた？
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
うん。
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the
Ah,
tenant
vamos a
ran
estar.
off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
あ、壁にあげた穴が開けた人はまたそこの人とは違う人ね。
The sum must have been puny.
いやいや。
Oh, it irks her.
うん。
The incompetence.
そんな大した金額にならないだろう。この部屋はどれもボロボロじゃないか。手持ちの金がどっか行ってしまったな、俺も。
Well, it does not disappear from my hands.
本当？
No, I don't let it.
そんなこと言っていいのかな？大した金額にならないだろう。
These apartments are perfectly fine.
本当？
They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable.
ああ、そうは
I'll
思
tell
え
you,
ないが。
Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
待ってくれ。結局あそこの壁はどうしてああなったんだ？
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it.
大変ね。あなたの笑顔をちょっと似たものを感じるね、主人公に。あらら。話し出せなくなっちゃったか。そっかそっか。
Of
話は
course.
以上です。でも
What
もう
now?
ちょっと。あ、もうない
Of
か。
course.
この箱。ヒプノガンマか。6。七節の音はもう終わったのか。もうなんもないでしょう。服のの家。ちょっと覗いてみるか。
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room is stale.
本当にクートの父親か。多少ダメー
The
ジ食らっ
light
ても
from
大
the
丈夫でしょう
window。is weak, but it seems like he is. His wild, unwashed mane bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery.
信じられん。クーノの父親がこんな負け犬
No
だとは。
response. A
反
pair
応な
of
しか。
half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
うん。
The
助けを呼ん
agent
でやろう
at the
か。
pile of blankets got a change in the socio-economic
生きてるの
circumstances
か。
it hurt. A lump of flesh is sticking out
Hmm.
from under, and look,
ダメっ
the
ぽい。
other foot, a groan, rises from the man's throat.
うん。ダメだ。絵も描きたいんだけどな。ける。これじゃないもんな。レッドスキルチェックか。だよな。これ結局いけたよな。うん。違うもんね。何かの今は一番低いの。衛星とか、電気科学、おかん、ここら辺かな。もともとが低いものをちょっとつけておこうか。電気科学、おかん、電気科学。反応速度は下げたくない。衛星、論理。でもここで関係しそうなのなんだ？内閣とかだと思うんだけどな。うん。うん。からんか。帰ろうかね。帰ろう。帰って今日は時間を飛ばして寝るぞ。たまには休む日があったっていいよね。こんにちは。スニーカーも買いたいけどね。行きたいけどお金が無駄に一日止まっちゃったせいでな。もったいなかったな。一日止まっちゃったな。20リアルも無駄にしたな。悔しいぞ。家ソロ。
On the table, you see a bowl of
手
water.
と目の強調一応。手の強調あんまないんだよな。ピンボールのあれしかない。これだ。
On the table, you see
よ
a
し。
bowl of water.
72。ほい。
Your
あ
hand
ー、な
shakes
ん
so
で失
hard.
敗するんだい。あらら。眠れんか。
The bed is comfort.
眠れんか。だ。まあ別にレッドスキルチェックじゃないからそんなにダメージはないけど、こうやって休んで時間飛ばすの初めてだな。
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench.
考えよう。
You finally stop.
考えよう。
Time passes. You ponder upon an endless.
寒いね。
Time pass. You ponder upon. This case is unsolvable. You should just give up right now and apologize to the.
そんなすごい日詰
Time passes.
もうどんどん過ぎていくよ。
Time pass.
一
You
回
ponder.
暗転するから、ひょっとして本を読んだ方
Time
が早
pass.
い
You
のでは。
ponder.
6回。
Perhaps affirm. You try to come up.
うん。一日中考
You
え
try to
続
come
け
up
る。
with. You try to come up with. You try to come.
よし、眠れるぞこれで。
You try to come up.
もう寝てたんじゃないかってくらい時間が経ちましたが、よーし、ちゃんと寝よう。あ、ばあちゃんなんかないかな。なんもないか。
It's getting late. And
銃をね、手に入れないといけないんだけどね。おやすみ。
the bed is comfortable.
最後の夢、最後の
The
前の
place
夢って言っ
feels
てたよな。
almost like home now. Quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until there's suddenly light.
歌おう。
Blackness, blackness, blackness. The ultimate disco. The ruins of your life behind you. Still smoldering. Ashes rise. But you're not looking.
For now, a little while, you can. When the pictograms and the hieroglyphs of the world return, they seem silent somehow. The alarm rings quietly too. You're ready.
結構静かに寝たね、今。受け入れている。二人の存在を。おはよう。待って、15室のやつ清掃婦に報告してないんだ、そういや。一回先にあっち行ってもいいでしょう、きっと。またあっちの方に行くことはあるでしょう。おはよう、義務どうだった？
Yes?
よし、じゃあか五感を上げて。でも五感上げなくてもなんかいろいろとバフがかかっていたな、そういえば。やるか。うん。
The once bright mural
ね、
towers
97。
above you,
さすがに
felled
いける
electrical
でしょ
R and
う。はい、
D.
11の場合だけ
Tomorrow
ダ
is
メだっ
just
て
a
感じ。
whisper away.
はい。
Suddenly, there's a sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
え、曲がりくねったトンネル？
She's down there.
この下にいる。あ、お母さん、初めてお会いしましたね。あの女はこの下にいる気がする。この建物の下だ。
Okay. Why?
風が教えてくれた。
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
看板の隣にはしごがある。あれを登ればいいんじゃないか？屋上から入れるかもしれない。
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
結局一人
There
で行
has
く
to be a
の？
way to use brute force. Climbing sounds
腕
unsafe.
力？
Brute force is
あ
safe.
壊せそう
Look
なの。
around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
これ怪しいよこれ。はしご行ってもいいが。
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards.
でも汚いね。やだ
Could
ね
this。be an alternative path into the felled building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
中を見てみよ
Your
う。
eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
中に何
A
がある
thin
んだ？
layer of snow gleams inside the pipe.
他
As
に
your
は？
eyes adjust, you see some trash.
うん、汚
Crumpled
い
up
ね。
newspapers,
あ、
cigarette
スカル
butts.
だ。
Someone has half-heartedly spray painted skulls on the right side. And nothing.
うん。
Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
このパイプの伝っていけばフェルドの建物に入れるかな？
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller,
あ、無
it's
理？
highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. And it's right here,
あ、あった。
a maintenance door.
ちょっと肉体装置ね。ちょっと待ってね。肉体装置といえばタンクトップとチャージが通覚式位置だ。違うな。体装置。やっぱ上から見ていくか。これか？教官だった。これか。いや、結局タンクトップと同じところだからな。あ、違うか。あれ？肉体装置ってそんなになかったっけ？あれ？こんなにすでに履いてるのか、ジャージ。
Behind
じゃ
the
あ
pipe,
ゴブゴブ
the
か。
maintenance door,
頑張
rusted
ろっ
shut
か。
and half sunken in sand. The metal
Oh,
doors
sequesta.
are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work.
出たー。
Shall we?
ムって失敗してもそんなに攻めてこないからありがたいよね。いい人。あ、懐中電灯を出した方がいい。わかった。懐中電灯ね。うん。どっちに向かっていくんだ？あっちか？ここに扉があるね。封印されている。イス家具。全盛期のもの。あ、いけるの？ちょっと戻ろう。まさか入れるなんて思わなかったんだ。戻る。一回戻る。お、なんか手紙みたいなのがあったね。でも上に登る道っぽかったな。他の別ルートで来たらそっちから入ってくるような。あ、ここ行くんだろうな。じゃ
This
あ行ってよ
isn't
かっ
just
たか。
glass. These are old computation
コンピューターの
components.
構成部品。
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
どんな仕組みだ？
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
見ろよ、古いサイバネティクスだ。
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
これがフェルド R&D 部署の慣れの果てか？
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
再生実験の一部か？
No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here.
あの装置が見つかることを期待してないといいんだけど。
All you will find here is pain.
はーい。それを調べたんだっけさっき。あ、違う。よかった。暗示あんま持ってないから助かるね。受けとくか。目の割れ目発見。マゾファ社会経済学。やったね。抗酸革命家。
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched by an ample moustache and sideburns look a bit silly.
ほんと？プラスマゾフだ。とんだお騒げせ者なんだ。
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
ずいぶん前ってどれくらいかな？
This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers. I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
3つ目の拠点になると思ったのに。あ、そうね。学生の部屋で見つけたマゾフの胸像と関係している可能性は？
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
誰かが立ち寄った可能
You
性
mean
は？
like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled.
そっか。抜けないか。こっち側から多分。どうかな。ブーツの跡。お、すり減っている。ここ歩いてるな、ルビー。うわー、なんかいろいろある。なんかブーンって言い
You
始めた。
feel something
あれ
like a swarm of hornets
ねえ、ブ
buzzing
イーンって
under
な
your
ってるよ
scalp.
な。
A strange tingling
うん。
you can almost smell.
何か感じないか？
What do you mean?
痛みだよ。妙なうず
I
き
don't
だ。
feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
右足の靴底が摩擦して。
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control
気を
over.
つけないとね。
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
組合のリーダーにはあったが、情報は引き出せなかった。先に奴と話をしておくべきか？
You're right.
あれ？
However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands.
ってことは聞いたと思うけどな。
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
ブラートが港を乗っ取る計画を立てているのが分かった。ジョイスに伝えるべきか？
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
ロイスから事件について言っていることを聞いたが、彼女には他にも聞きたいことがある。
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
事態はどこまで悪化すると思う？
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
ねえ、備えることは
I
どう
think
し
I
よう
see
も
a
ないよ。
cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
あれ、もう本当に終わりなのか？組合や未知動物学のタスクが終了する可能性がある。これ終了するぞ。じゃあ全な騒音が。でももうなんかもう大体やり尽くした感あるよね。不動産の報告はしてないけど、そこでな、深い話してないからな、そこ。なんだい？絵はがきね。マルティネーズだ。ワイルドパインズの旗がない。どうしよっかな。どうしよっかな。どうしようかな。もう一回組合メンバーと話してくるか。とりあえずなんか会話あったしね、さっき。組合の人たちと話して行こう。ネズミちゃん、一回帰ろう。そっか、教会の話も終わっちゃうのかな。いや、もう一回スキルチェックできるようなことは、できるようなこと今ないんだよな。クリアしたいけどポイント使っちゃうかな。よし、こんにちは。
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Oh.
霊を探すのを手伝ってくれた。
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through.
見せびらかすつもりはない。ただ手元に戻ってきたとだけ言ってるよ。
Thank God. And indeed, Mr. Everard as well. In this investigation, one may have use. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later. Of course.
いいなさそうだよな。
How else can I help? Of course. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. More lessons in basic reality.
これか。
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
体
Ask me
験の
anything.
思考完了。完了してるんだ。
What is all of
ここはどう
this?
いう世界なんだ？
What world?
難しい質問だ
The
な。
only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
何が見える？
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium.
Elysium。うん。いいじゃん。
It does.
Elysium。
There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the petro-fascists.
いまいち全体像が、whole picture っていう元の原文が大事なんだね。深めてない気がするんだよ。
You want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
なるほど。
Great things are difficult to achieve.
ズレが発生し
For
た
now,
んだな。
we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
この世界一体どんな形
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG.
やったー、経験値ゲット。
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
黒いグレーの交換。
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the
刺激
surface.
だ。やった
There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
何の話をしてるんだと思
They
っ
say
た
there is a rarefied envelope of matter
Wow.
surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of
物
land
と地が
disrupted
コ
by
ップに
nothingness.
飲み込まれている。
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying
いやいや、あ
for
りがとう。
the
ずっと
acute
求めてたやつだ。
encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us
Yeah,
out of our
Ario.
rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
爆破した交換が誰かの心を一つにするなんて到底無理な話だと思う。それが解明された暁には何の心配もいらなくなるのか
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies
別
in
次元の話を
nations
な。
and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
大丈夫な気がしないんだがな。
You have mis'imagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco.
ディ
You'd
スコな
love it.
光景。すごいな。ディスコな光景ならそんな悪いもんじゃないだろうな。
Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both
ペイルって
silently.
読むんだ。
He adjusts his glasses.
ペイルとか言ってたな。ペイルとはなんだ
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
現実世界を構成するものではないってのはどういう意味だ
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
おっと
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change
え
topics.
姫がいないうちか。
What do you want to know?
え
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant
あ
is not
姫に信
here.
頼されてるから
Unless
大
you
丈夫だ。
convince him to step aside.
やったー。説得できるよ、これはきっと。で17、あー、信頼されてる。
Good
やったー。
idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
ちょっと彼女と2人だけで話させてくれないか。
See? What can he do?
うーん
You're a grown man.
やったー。
Are
ペイ
you
ルとは。
sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
はい。
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
うんついでにそのイソラってのはなんだんだ
Isla is a Messinian word for a
ほら聞いたこ
continent
とあ
of
るよ。
matter, enveloped on all sides by
あ
the
ー、大
Pale.
陸か。
Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
インスレンデってのは。
An oceanic isla.
うん。
It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
ペイルってのはどんな感じなんだ
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
ここにもそれがいるのか
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the
も
middle
うそ
of
こになん
the
かあるん
isla.
だよ
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
世界の果てまで6000キロだと
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
あっちはどうなってる
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. The great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
うん物質としての性質はどんなだ
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
ペイルに囲まれているのにどうやって一つのイソラから別のイソラに移動できるんだ
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost
こ
or having our minds damaged.
の精神を破壊することがあるのか
Extensively.
なんでそんなことが起
Some
こる
say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
え主人公これにやられ
Who
たんじゃ
says
ない
and who argues?
過剰被爆状態っていうのはどんなものなんだ。具体的に誰が発信した言葉なんだ。それに反論してるのは誰だ。ああ、そのまま言ってみようか。
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
どん
It
なものだ。
feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year.
やっぱ本当にあるん
It's
だ
more
ね。
for her. Way more.
あ、本当ね、この人移動しまくってるぞ。あんたは一般旅行者ではないのか。
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entrepreneuric business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well.
あー、あの女の
The
人か。
strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
トラック運転手も通ることある。
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the pal driver about
うわ、
this.
なんかここ
See
に
what
来
she
て
says.
いろんな事実が発覚してしまっている。
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
あんたも過剰被爆状態なのか。
Up to my gills, officer.
あらららららら。でもすごいしっかりされておりますね。エントロポネティックってのは何。いや、もうちょっと話。
Extensive. Some say they call
Who says and who argues?
it feels.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant.
Perhaps someone else you've met
一般旅
may
行者じゃ
have
ない。
been.
あれ、これに
She's
戻って
looking
くるの
out
か。
toward the sea. She's
なん
over-radiated.
だい。
And then some.
これ何ですか。
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
彼らはペイルを渡ることができたのか。その西方平野を。
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
ペイル動体学によって一体何が変わったというんだ。
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
風力艇。
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely,
うまく投げ込めなかった場合
then
は。
they don't.
あらららららら。
Gone, like a skipping stone
Nah.
beneath the surface.
ペイルが占める割合はこの世界と比べてどのくらいな
The
んだ。
pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
どう変化してるんだ。
What do you think, Detective?
ペイル増えてると思うな。
Precisely.
うん。
One of the few measurable effects of the pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will cover everything.
生きてるう
But
ちに
this
はな
sort
いん
of
だろう
talk is
な。
mostly left to extremists.
こんなに突飛な話でもないと思うけどな。
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the
あ、
same.
そうね。
Off we go.
あ、行こうぜ
You。see the hanged man's mouth open.
オッケー。
One
ペイル
and
の
all.
向こうへ。みんな
They
で。
say pale is death, but for the universe,
Why should we just leave and leave, and the world get left behind?
yes, sweet reality.
あ、でも
But before we
そういう
do,
ものだ。
tell me, Detective,
あ、
is
何？
this the first time you're hearing this?
覚え
Do
て
you
ない
really
な。
not remember anything?
ああ。過去の幻影のようなものが見える。決して気持ちのいいものじゃない。うん。幻影のようなものは見えるな。
Then tell me, what do you think of the pale?
うーん。うーん。もう恐ろしいだもん。コナミか。恐ろしいな。すべての生命、命を終わらせるものだとも思うけど、いつかね。恐ろしいと思ったな。
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
いや、もう大体大丈夫だと思う。もう、さすがに。はい、大惨事になるって言いたいんだろ。分かってるさ。ここの奴ら全員を死に追いやることになるかもしれないな。だくな。
Steel yourself, officer. Your colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, he is competent. I checked up on him. And you also have me. I will try to assist you in any way I can.
ありがとう。
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out.
戻ってきた。
Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
心配してくれたのね。心配するようなことは何もな
But
かっ
I
たぞ。
did. Anyway.
ありがとう。
Damn it, you're a grown man, the lieutenant thinks. Shouldn't have gotten protective hair.
かわいいっていうか、ありがとう。ちょっとそろそろ仕事に戻ろうか。
Good luck, detectives.
はーい。と言いつつ話し
You're
か
back.
ける。
Good. What can I help you with? I fear I've told you all I know. Is there anything else I can help you with? More lessons in
じゃあ
basic
何者なのかも知ろうか
She won't
な。
maneuver her way out of this one.
何者なんだ？
I'm the vilest of the vile.
あら、そん
A
な
traitor.
自分を卑
A
下しちゃって。
devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
ウルトラリベラルだ。お助けリベラルだ。クールだ。それの何がそんなに卑劣なんだ？
Haven't you heard?
聞いたことある
I
け
am
ど
a
な。
nether creature of the forbidden swamp. One of
Yes,
those who
Anna?
pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself,
自分が倫理主義者っていうことになってるんだな。過去の会話でそんな話してたかな。あ、ごめん、すごい眩しいことしてたね、今まで。ずっとジョイスさんに対してこんな懐中電灯当てたんだ。ごめん
In
ね。
her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire.
いや、人
Decades
それ
of
ぞれで
guilt
すか
and
ら。
pride.
どうでもいいな。あ、でも誇りを持ってるんだな。罪悪感と誇りを持ってるんだな。あんた許そう。
I do hope so. I hope we're able to remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess.
革命
By
した側の
virtue
人
of
たちだ
their
よね。
survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future.
This was all our last generation managed.
あんたならもっと違う選択をしてみせたか？
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
An appropriate warning to those who'd cross the line and pull the city into madness once more.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We
娘た
had
ち
an
のために。
obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
頭のいい女だな。
Perhaps
うん。
my intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
愛国者なのか？
I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
娘がいるんだな。
Whatever else I am,
うん。
I'm also a mother and a wife.
これはなんだ？
Bird?
両手。
A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
俺が聞きたかったのこの場所のこ
This
となん
place
だ。
is an unmarked micro-settlement on the coast of Martinez. It's lovely, really. I'm thinking of buying it.
ちょっと過去に聞くべきだった会話だな、これ。購入を検討してるの。本気？
Yes, so I can spy to Everard and spoil his plans for this place. I'm a petty person, I admit.
ああ、それでなんか
Don't
ギスギ
worry,
スしてるんだ
I'll
な。
never get around to it. The information you pass to me will remain confidential. Let's get back to reality, shall we?
もう一つあるんだよね、ジョイスさん。いや、昨日すごい大事だったからやっぱ聞きたいな。
Glad to have been
団
of
結心
assistance.
ということ
The little
は
that I
自
know.
分の仕事につい
Anything
てだと思うんだ。ワイルドパインズか
There
な。
was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration.
ああ、で
Offshore.
もワイルドパインズはこの人の
Elysium.
Why, thank you.
この人の会社か。
I'm not at
A billion?
22, a conglomerate the size of the Wild Pine.
She nods.
あ、リンチの件が
Of course,
関係するかも。
anything to help.
傭
They've
兵
gone,
たち
they
の
don't
か
have
な。
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
That's wise. Our goal is to avert catastrophe. Besides, you're likely to encounter them sooner or later. Yes,
Since you are
then we're on the same page. I have an indirect role to play. I'm sad. Absolutely.
who are they?
Crenell. They wear ceramic.
So,
The story is he was taken out. Nothing. It's a
what is the name?
whether to execute one. They won't. If you don't pin this,
They would have
The débardeur have.
have you ever seen these men? As I said, a bloodbath. It doesn't. One single. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
いや、ちょっと待って。
You're back.
現実世
More
界
lessons in
の
basic reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Ask me anything. It's a new.
in case he goes down later.
Well,
いや
it's
ー
either bariatric surgery.
She nods.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation.
Glad to have been of his.
いやー、ここに来てちょっとこの世界の革新を知ってしまったな。ペールを知ったからあのプログラマーさんのあれがいけるはずだよ。いやー、話聞いてよかった。でお金も貯まってるし、ライスを受け取りに行こう。いや、楽しいぞこりゃ。もうすぐ終わると思っていたのに、新しい出来事が起ってしまったな。でも新しい会話は特になかったね。こんにちは。
Yes, what is it?
はい。あれあれあれあれ がにきついか。論理ね。さすがにきついのか。って言っても音楽が入ってきた。なんとなくだけど、論理じゃなくて反応速度を上げておいた方がいい気がする。でも再角曲がる。いっか。こんにちは。五分五分 58%。いっけ。
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
どうやっ
These thoughts formed in you somewhere in a long forgotten discussion behind the kitchen table in the evening light.
今会話したんだ、過去に。
Drinking coffee and smoking with a friend.
これはペイルの原点だ。吸音口のことだ。こうやって始まるんだよ。こいつは生まれたばかりのペイルなんだ。
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
いや、まさにその最果てまでせいぜい20メートルだ。上にあるんだな。ペイルとは単なる結果だ。世界とあれが互いに転移し合っている証なのさ。この最果てまでせいぜい20メートルだ。結果だ。それっぽいこと言った子。何？
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
あれは無にも満たない状態すら満たさない。この現実世界は最後に行き着く状態だ。こう考えてみろ。すべては初めから存在しなかったと。
Then the pale is...
簡単に言うとグラディエントだ。後輩だ。固まった牛乳だな。グラディエントだ。固まった牛乳を選びたかったけど。
We're here and the pale is not.
いつかそうなる。あれがもっと大きくなった時に。
I understand. A theory of the pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world.
そうそう。そういう場所の一つというわけだ。危険じゃん。
According to this, how long?
被爆するじゃん。お？あとどれくらいで何かを飲み込むようになるかってもう始まっている。すでに音を吸収しているじゃないか。
And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's born in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear
aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
自分、こちらについて聞いてるんですね。
knows how to think this.
こんなものについて説明できるのか。あれは教会の中にできたんじゃない。教会があれの周りに建てられたんだ。呪われた商業地区でことごとく倒産に追い込まれた会社、そしてマルティネーズで起きている数々の失敗。前にこういうことを考えていた気がする。だから知っているんだ。いつの日か世界全体があの2ミリの穴と同じものになる。教会があれの周りに建てられたんだ。
A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
このレベルの行動だったんだろう。それか俺たちが忘れてしまった宗教的慣習の一種かもな。
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but
some of them
同じような
a black grain hanging in
燃
the
や
air.
されたところにもあるかもですね。そういうのがあるかもな。空中に浮かぶ黒い粒子が。奪われた商業地区でことごとく倒産に追い込まれた会社、そしてマルティネーズで起きている数々
you
の
think
失
the presence
敗
of。that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of
どう
events
だろう
here?
ね。まあ
Even
デ
say
ータが消えた
software
のは
development.
関係あると思うけ
She
ど。
already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
何らかの巨大で冷酷な力が絡んでいるに違いないと。革命すらもここで失敗に終わったんだ。あんなペイル動体的学できた出来事さえ。まあ、答え出てるから同調しておく方がいいのかな。
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
でも彼女たちには知らせない方がいいと思うな。
I told them. But no, normal office buildings are
そ
bourgeois.
うね、結局信じられない。あ、でもあの本屋さんそんな変なこと言ってるわけじゃなかったんだ。前にこういうことを考えていた気がする。だから知って
An
るんだ。
amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
よし、まとまってはいる。
It is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
いつの日か世界全体があの2ミリの穴と同じものに
She
なる。
falls silent. The wind blows in through the
え、
hole
部屋掃
in the
除の
stained
思考。
glass window,
うん、
cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out.
そうね
But the。rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll...
Ma'am, you will certainly someday.
ねえ、気が触れたと思う
One more。thing.
でもここに連れてきたら
Maybe
ね
a。club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular
なんで
point in space.
このクラブこそこの場所を引いてはこの現実世界をつなぎ止めている唯一の存在だ。こうして考えてみると割と危険を伴うかもしれないな。まあそうかもしれないのかなって言っとこっか。ああ、いいね。
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
なんか増えてた？
Yes, what is it?
あ、もう一つ解いておきたい謎がある。呪われた商業地区の電子ドアベルに出るラジオゴーストのことな
The
んだが。
creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pay right on the doorstep.
Incredible.
すごいな。
This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to.
怖いな。
You could hear anything.
聞かれてるかわからんな。アンテナやりたかったけど。じゃあ、エア掃除？ここまで来て手に入れたやつ入れたい。ライトを消しちゃおうかな。距離のやつ。耐久力もういらないかな。でもなんか 消せないんだよな。よくプラス1もそんないらないんじゃない？これよく論理って学習そんなしてないもんね。もともと高いからね。そうこれね、両親の王国。まあ両親したくない気持ちもあるけど、回復いらない。はい、ここに部屋掃除を。部屋掃除ってなんだ？よし、レオ。これによってスキルポイントが1減りましたが、踊りたい。才覚踊りたいな。いっかな、踊って。才覚やたらと学習できる回数多いけど、オッケー、やっちゃう。あ、違うよ。待って、懐中電灯もちょっとよこじゃんじゃん。あ、厳しいか。厳しいか。あげたけど厳しそうだ。なのか、無理だな。やめとこ。何かしらの崖があるかも。あ、エクヘッドなんかさっきも聞いてたけど何もない？うん、何もなさそうだ。よし、じゃあレバショール、いやマルティネーズか。マルティネーズとレバショールがどっちがどっちか分かってないんだよな。あっち行こう。マルティネーズかな、この町は。ペールでたまになんかあんなところでペールの話が出るなんて全く思ってなかった。しとくべきだな。いらないでしょって思って普通に読み飛ばしてたね。今なら七不思も見つかるかもしれん。
The trap is fourth.
哀れですな。ダイスも受け取る。まあ彼女たちには言わない方がいいだろう。だから本屋さんでやることとかはないと思うんだよな。どっちから行った方がいいんだっけ？あそこ、こっちか。あ、わかったよ。君は？あ、夢でした。わかりましたよ。
Hello again, esteemed officer. Okay, but please, only
ダメ
The
でした。
woman before you.
いやーでも本当に呪いだったんだなー。あ、なんだい？あちゃいーん。何がうずいていたんだ今。うん、軟弱なヘアスタイルを眺めている。そうね、男らしさを大事にしているからな。何？キムさん。
It's dark.
あ、はい。
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
まったくだ。
Right. Now
Some areas are inaccessible.
今まではちゃんとやってたからな。また懐中電灯だよ。電気つけていただけません？
Oh,
Yes.
it's you again. Are you looking
あ
for a
ー、こ
dye?
れおかんか。おかんにしときゃよかったな。
Very good. One universal
Yatta!
dye from Willow Untethered.
It feels icy.
うん
Just holding this die
お
in
か
your
ん系
hand
か？
sends a jolt of cold down your spine.
ワニのキルポイントないや。ややか。かっこいいね。ジャーナルのマップタブ内で。ああ。保管系かな？うん。うん。手をもう一回受けられるようになったってことかな。クラーシェ、アンドレができるようになったんだ。意志力かな。じゃあクラーシェ。ありがとう。
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a
聞きたか
dye?
ったが。まあ仕方ないかな。もっとスキル振りたいな。バーベルは別にあげたってそんなに新しいこと知れるわけじゃないだろうからあんまり興味ないな。なんとかママダクアがテイルに関係してたのかもしれないな。あるて。
Hey, was there something you needed?
いや、よし行こう。じゃんじゃんじゃんじゃん。クラッシュの話を聞こう。ちょっと
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
意志力すごいもんね。いけるか？
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
何？
You know these guys?
うん。
Who? Me?
こいつらって？
Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff.
24人格のこと？
You too. Me? What did I do? I'm merely a master thespian. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her
そうな
tune.
の？
The little bleeps and bloops you
信
trust
用
for
でき
info.
ないんだ。
You can't trust them anymore.
なんてこった。
Believe it.
こんな影響下にあるやつはドイツだ。
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All of them.
ああ、そうなのか。
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy.
微笑ましい
That
な。
guy's
特
the
に
most
こいつはダメ。
compromised one in here.
そうね、好きそうね。
No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol ziggy. Really? Quick, Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She
やら
wants
れとる
you.
な。
I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring
暗示のこ
combo.
と
He's jealous. This is human nature.
暗示が一番やばいんだな。なんでこんなことに
How
なっ
it
た
always
の？
does. Through subtlety.
これにできる
There's
こと
nothing you
は
can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is.
お前の
Things
力で
will go as they do.
こいつらを正気に戻せないのか
No.
だったら何のためにこんな会話をして
It's
る
better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it.
今更だよ。つまり彼女が俺に嘘をついてい
I
たとい
think
う
it's safe to assume, yes, Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness.
演劇の
Like
ことだ
this.
な。
She is a lady who is fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
すご
That
い
is
んだな、
correct.
クラス。
And omissions too.
やつを信用しても大丈夫。
They're
習
all
字学
still
は
of。limited use,
おー
interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair.
習字学はちょっとは
But
正
when
気
it
なんだ
comes
な
to。assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be
Aye.
trusted. Not with her.
わかった。このあの女を相手にしてる限りはですよね。ドイツのことも二度とではないよね。
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them.
は
Just
ー
not
い。
a light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles.
あの女の狙いは
You
何だ？
can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says
やつのではなんだっ
she
け？
may
あ、論
want
理
to
か。
control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You
これ
doubt
も
it's something truly insidious.
これも信じちゃいかんのか。
See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised.
ああ、そうね。それっぽいこと言ってるけど、なんの考えているとか確かにいつもと違うかも。ああ、一人の世界っておしゃべりに夢中になりすぎた。聞き込みを続けなくては。いや、楽しかっ
Don't
た。
worry. It's
今
only
更
been
なと
4
こ
or
ろはあった
5
けど楽
seconds.
しかった。
You've got this.
うん。あんた、俺をうまいこと操ろうとして。言葉にはしないでおいて。お、
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a
お
tired
できるようにな
smile.
ってる。スキルたちが操られているって知ってるんだ。オッケー。オッケー。じゃあ演劇あげよう。ネクタイ外したい。でも歌の時ですらネクタイ外さなかったんだからね。演劇のネクタイやらないぞ。演劇。演劇さん出番ですよ。演劇。いやでもジャケットだからね。以上だな多分。うん。もう教官とかボロボロだろうな。教官さんとかね。
Hello, officer.
目を覚ませ !72 番お願い
You are still wide awake and staring into an archipelago.
我々は今もなおまんじりともせずに真実の島々を眺めております。
Even if it casts her as a demigod with sexually lax morals.
なんもないな。
Be careful. It looks like this one's not waking
悔
up.
しい。
You'll have to do it.
気づいたのにな。悔しいな。覚まさせたかったな。キルポイントがもうちょっとあればな。もう一回やった。お、なんだい？
Yes?
あ、違うやん。わない。悔しいな。70% は結構な確率で失敗するよね。ふむ。ちょっとね。あ、もうタイタスも聞くこと聞いたんじゃないかな。
The Copper-nado is
正義の権下です。どう
What
も。
do you want? Yeah.
イノシシ
What?
ついて。うん。
I told you.
個人的に。
And a hole in his heart. That first.
正常な警官なのにな。
You know, when I first saw you limping.
失礼しよう。聞くことは聞いてるっぽい。よし。ちょっとお手洗いに行こうかな。その後、ルビーに会いに行こう。
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you?
ああ。
That Ruby of yours?
有力な被疑者を見つけたになってる。それで
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Classia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
どういう意味だ？
Anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash?
銃弾が屋上から発射されたとは限らないな。沿岸部のどこから狙撃された可能性がある。砲弾が使われていた。簡単に手に入る代物じゃない。銃弾は年代物だった。ピンボール台の作業場にあった足跡は犯罪現場に残されていた変わった靴底と一致しなかった。今のところ銃声を聞いた者は一人もいない。全部ちょっとね、そうよね。簡単に手に入るものじゃない。
It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
年代物でしたね。
Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it.
足跡も一致しなかった。
No, they didn't.
銃声聞いた人はい
Notice how
な
this
い。
hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
銃弾が屋上から発射されたとは限らないな。沿岸部のどこから狙撃された可能性もある。
It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
確かに。
That's right. Finish
もう終了しかなかったんだもん。
Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
でもクラッシュはもうまさにその時いたわけだよね。目のそれも嘘か。でもあの男は最後快感を感じていた。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers,
ル
a
ビ
radio
ー
microphone,
以外
a
の
pull-out
誰
toolbox,
かに
and the
出
soft
せたの
glow
も
of the
僕だ
fuel
し。
preheater gauge.
無線があるかな。シルビー。ごめん、もうかけないでって言ってたけど。警察だよ、ごめんね。話進んだ。ごめんなさいね。無駄にかけちゃった。よし。あ、そうだ。あのおばあちゃんにペイルのことを聞くんだったな。大丈夫？
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions. And what is that?
レールドライバーだ。ベイルを通って物資を輸送している。
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bale, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again. And don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
出航ならもうしてる。実在的結論を導き出そうとしてるんだ。
Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pale transport.
No offense, but your partner seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Mesk.
レプブリカだな。体に悪いぞ。
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory.
気絶したんだ。完全に昇進してな。そしたら世界の記憶を全部失ってたんだ。
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot.
じゃあそこの人撃った人もわかんないですか？
The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
あれ？ちょっと待てよ。あれ？撃たれると快感を感じる。いやでもそういう話もあるよね。死の瞬間はなんとかかんとかがたくさんこう分泌されてみたいな、こういう話なのか。あれ？じゃあこの最中に撃たれたっていうのもゼロじゃなくなってきた。あれあれゼロじゃゼロなかわけじゃない可能性も出てきたぞ。過剰被爆か。
Heroic doses, Herivia. Heroic.
変じゃないか。
Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this, what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
出るってのはどんな見た目をしてるんだ？
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
どういう感じなんだ？
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
秋の匂いってそんな悪いっけ？
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
どうやって飛び抜けるの？
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
このトラックで行くんじゃないんだな。
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round, multi-axle trailers.
最後にもう一つ、あんた俺たちは霞になれると言った。
Yes.
No elaboration.
あんたが持ってるものは俺はもう持ってる気がする。ある意味でな。
They'll say there's a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south.
波の高速道路?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pell drivers. Way beyond the established Pell that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
波の高速道路の割には何がある?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance when I was a child. A child growing on the leg.
Wait?
Hosianna.
Hosianna.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, Detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
入れたい。スキルポイントがない。部屋掃除？どっちだ？こっち知りたい。部屋掃除よりもこっち取りたい。まだね、取り合いができる状態だったな。もうないよね、話せること。
The woman, look, girl child, you hear her say.
邪魔したな。最後の最後になんか革新的なところを知ったな。主人公ペイル、南の高速道路行った可能性あり。もうストライキなんてもうどうでもいいもん。どうでもいいってわけじゃないけど、だからすごい小さな問題に見えてきたな。ペイル。道動物もペイル関係なのかな、今となっては思うよね、いろいろね。一人猿とかは関係ないだろうけど。いろいろ知った。学びました。ちょっと待てよ。これを知ったことにより絵を描けたりしないかな。絵を描ける確率上がってたりしないかな。時間を無駄にしているがやりきる。多分関係ないとは思うけど、いろいろ知ったからね。描きたいものが彼の中でできたかもしれない。いや、クラーシュのやつ悔しいな。目を覚ましてほしかったな。ここ で何かがあったらで冷ますかもしれん。こんにちは。
Hello again, officers.
無理だった。
Have you come to admire my mural?
無理だったんだこりゃ。開始化できないの痛いな。来年かのダイスかなんか手に入れておけばよかったのかな。あるよね、いくつか買えるよね。でももう高いな。金足りんな。でも注文だけしとこっか。注文することにお金はかかんなかったからね。注文だけしとこう。この辺にもペールがあるのかしら。こんにちは。ダイスが欲しいです。
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
もう
I'm
一つ。
sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one diaper.
ああ、残念だわ。そうね、キム。全部欲しかったな。お金はないけど。
The barbell waits patiently on the
なあ、
floor
まだ頭
like
痛
a
い
dog
な。
for its master.
白だしやるか。あ、おう。パンツ。うん。
The barbell waits patiently
28やっ
on
て
the
みよ
floor
う。
like a dog
あ、無
for
理
its
だ。
master.
あたあちゃー。
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slip with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form.
体力ないおっさんでした。
See? This place is cursed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through that back door.
これも焼きが回ったか。それともこの手袋がしょぼいだけ
Proper
か。
weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better grip.
あ、重量上げ用の手袋をはめた方がいい。あー、持ってないなぁ、多分。ポイフル食べます。残念。よし、じゃあちょっと体力減っちゃったけど行くか。行ったら回復するのみだ。よーし、行くぞー。結局ここの小屋ほとんど何もなかったね。見逃してるだけなのかな。大丈夫か。今か固まったけどいいし。いやー、プラーシェのやつレベル上がってもう一回いけるんならやりたいな。だって大事でしょ絶対。 よし。ああ、懐中電灯だったな、ここも。セーブしとこっかね、一応。よし。はい、GG というね。何？ あー、びっくりだー。
body is paralyzed.
あ
Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've
ー、な
never
んだなんだ。
felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty
体力が減ってい
uncomfortable
く。
right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
うん。
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word
あ、失敗。
officer, you feel a spike in the agony.
く
It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
耳を塞ぐの？いやー、どっちも失敗なんだろうな、これ。
That's an awful decision.
うん。
Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely
やば
new
ー。
type of experience. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
仕事に集中し
Tell
ろ
her。she's under arrest.
逮捕する。
Really now? Check this
え
out.、
さらに来る？
You're overwhelmed
いた
with a new surge
やば
of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
俺も殺す気なのか？
No, I'm not going to fucking kill
で
you.
ももう殺され
If
そう
that
な
had
んで
been
す
my
が。
plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale
あ、や
latitude
っぱペイル。
compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're
うん。
hearing
ダン
is
ス
the
さ
ULAN
が。
frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus
う
mentioned.
ん。あー、アンガス言ってたな。うん。あんたが書いた数式を見たよ。
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry,
や
right?
ば。
I expected as
さらに
much.
やられる可能
I
性あり。
am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking
あ、
at.
すごいでしょう。ちょっと語り合いたいんですが。
You should probably check on Tim. That's what good partners do.
チームを振り返ろうか。
Right behind you, officer.
うん。
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
うん。
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
いろんな、ね、圧縮してるんだな、とりあ
She
えず。
likes telling you about the
う
machine.
ん。話を続けさせろ。
Look for an opportunity to break loose. 装置の話をさせる。装
どうやってこれを手に入れたんだ
I
い？
built it myself.
すごいや。
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
自分でも試してみたのか？
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
一生このままなの
No.
か？
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
これやられて記憶なくしたんじゃない？この人。先に進もうか。曲まで流れとる。これじゃ無理だ。やばー。終わる。気力でお願いします。
Turn this.
God damn it.
お？キがあなたとキムに同情を見せる。なんで？
Fine, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The
gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
マシン破壊することができるんだ、通覚。なぜ俺たちが来ることが分かった？
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
床板の下に弾を隠してか？
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
洗濯婦がイソベルがあんたを撃ったわけじゃないぞ。
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
甘えてたって最悪の事態にか？
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
エリー、撃ったのはお前か？
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
最初に口を割ったのはクラーシェだ。疑念を開けてくれた。ガールフレンドだよ。彼女わかんねえ。どうなんだ。クラーシェだな。
I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
最初の磯はながち間違いでもない。あんたの仲間があんたが海岸にいたことを教えてくれた。タイタスからキ。タイタスからキ。
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it.
そんな。
This is what happens to people whom people like.
こちらがすごすぎたのよ。
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
これを人間観キリって呼んだのはあんたじゃなかったか？個人的な恨みとかじゃない。俺はこじ開けるだけだ。もうすることで生きてる。あんたにも聞きたいことがある。正直俺にもわからない。たまたまここにたどり着いただけだ。このクソな話について説明してくれないか？ 直俺にもわかんない。わからないと。
I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
まだ自分の主張を通す。エリーは人から好かれそうな男だったか？
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
傭兵に対して同情心はないのか？
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
組合を回りたいと思ったんじゃないのか？
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening.
アリバイはある？
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
10分ほど席を外していたそうだが。
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
調査の結果、15分は殺人を犯すのにちょうど十分な時間だと判明した。
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
秘密の通路があるんだ。
Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
ハーブを密売してるな。
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as
シ
a
ョック
blow
受け
to
て
her.
る。自力で見つけたんだ。自力で見つけたな。
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't
安心
betray
している。金銭的な動機があった。
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the union.
そうなのね。あ、ルビーもそうだったの。
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
今そいつで俺たちを脅してるじゃない
Based on
か。
what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
銃持ってるね。でも違うんだよな。
And?
他には古いライフルとか持ってない？
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
他にも持ってない？
Sure don't.
あ、そうか。
No.
そう
This
か。
is such a wipeout.
他の消化についての聞きたいことがある。あ、どういう
A
銃？
knocked way 80 front loader. Two-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
どこ
The
で手
gun
に入れ
store.
た？
Trigger Happy Jacks.
本当か？
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that kind of gal. Yeah, evidence.
屋上でくつろぐのは好きか？
Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
すごいって何が？
It's very powerful. I used
あ、
it to tune into
使えるじゃん。
RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. 屋上に行った理由はそれだけ？ The view's pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
傭兵撃ったりしてな
Yes,
いんだ
I'm
な。
sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
あんたじゃないってんなら誰が傭兵を殺したんだ?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
何があった？あんたの話を聞かせてくれ。
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
クラーシェはあんたがすぐに異変に気づいてたと言っていたが。
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
なぜ死体を見た直後にそんな計画を思いついた?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
クラーシェのアイデアだって?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
でもクラーシェそういう感じの仕事してたからかな。
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
縁が利くな。
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
あんたは彼女が自分でレリーを殺したと思うか?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
罪悪感を抱きたくない。
I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
なんで身を隠したんだい?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
La Puta Madre? どういう意味?
Yes, you.
え?
Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
なんだって、ラプータマードレ? あー、終わったー。
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
相当まずいんだな。
Very bad. This is the end. Bad.
意識を失わないように頑張るけど。
You have to surrender. We all do. It gets so dark.
初のゲームオーバーだ。
Final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, His heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
悔しい。いやー、なんで気力じゃないの？なんで体力ばっか減らさせるの？こりゃもうこれは一旦お金だけ集めて薬を買おうね。薬買おうね。よし、帰りまーす。一旦さよなら。無駄にヒゲなんて揃おうとしたから体力1減っちゃったまんま来たよ。帰ろう。悔しいなー。帰ろう。破壊できると嬉しいので、どのタイミングで今やられたっけ？まあ、いっか、食らっても。通覚のやつやね。大装置でバレるかもバレるかもしれん。取ったこと体力あれや持ってないかな。肉体耐久力上げるやつないよね。お店遠いな。まさかだな。悔しい。あとちょっとだったのに。こうやって一直線に走ったら大変でもないな。クラーシェのことちょっと見つ結局何なんだ。
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various.
Okay, here. Okay, here.
行こうか。いるかな。
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, "One bottle equals 10."
使えるはずがないじゃないか。行こうか。いるのか。これでまあ今でも多分誰かしらからお金をたかることは誰かしらにお金をたかることはできるんだろうけど、クラーシェに行きたいな。94だよ。あとちょっとで聞けるんだけどな。経験値 験値をくださいよ。あ、いいでしょう。さあ、リベンジだ。装置壊してしまいたい。さあ、セーブして行こう。
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like a...
I know your feel can't say it's a...
As she says the word officer,
これ耳を塞いだらどうなる？
That's
あ
not
あ、
going to help.
無理。
You can't shield yourself. Don't focus
やっ
on
ぱ
the
ね
pain. Focus on doing your job.
集中する。
Tell her she's under arrest.
逮捕する。
Really now?
You're overwhelmed
い
with
た
a
ー。
new source of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
これも殺す気なの
I'm
か？
using a...
殺したじゃん。
Blasted from that pale emitter that
Ah.
Angus mentioned.
ヘルカンで信号を送るのに使われた装置だな。
Saw my equation?
同じで
You
い
should
こう。
probably check on Kim.
Right behind.
A pale signals of... So, precisely. At the upper...
She likes telling you about the machine. She built
I built it myself.
That's illegal.
Oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head... No.
やめてくれー。
Turn.
God damn it. Fine.
The gun she's carrying is a well. It doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now.
壊しちゃおう。
Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
トーン。よっこいしょ。おー、すごいぞ。アリー、すごいぞ。
You did it.
やっ
The
た
compressor
ー。
lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell.
短き目。
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
ええええ何してる？
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems.
Oh, yes it is.
え説得する。
She's
あ、よかった。
truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options.
他の道を示す。
You know.
まだ説得のチャンスはあるか？
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
えもう言ってくれ。
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
あんたは追い込まれちゃいない。
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs
あれ
past you,
あ、
then
ちょっと待って。
past the
聞く
lieutenant,
前にやっ
and
ちゃった。
disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
本気で言ってるのか？
I'm sure. I would have done the same had I
聞い
known
て
the
ないことになって
capacity.
るよ、いろいろ。
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
ルビーは犯人じゃないと思う。
Her tent. We should check it out.
うん。いいかな。いきなりやっちゃったけど。もうこれ以上体力減らされちゃ嫌だなって思って先に壊しちゃったよ。バナナが家を作る。それはいい。わ、お金8ビリアルだ。
plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
読もう。さっき聞いた文も書いてあるといいな。遠くな旅人の忠実な友だったよ。
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
It's
made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
これはなんか無線で聞いたやつを書いてたのかな。あ、でもそっかそっか。タクシー運転手だった。
We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
これらの図は何を示
Esoteric
している
radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
個人的な記述はあるか？
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
まあいい人なんだな。
Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
最も古い日付の日記はいつだ？
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
私にできるのは打開策。置かれている。エリーが死んだ日には何が書いてある
Nothing
か？
on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. Except, but that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
最も新しい日記には何が書いて
The
ある
most
か？
recent entry is from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I just don't think she killed the mercenary. It's mostly a gut feeling, though, since we let her walk out without hearing her
事
side
情を
of the
聞かず
story.
に行かせてしまった
That
よ。
would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting? He thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
彼女捕まえなかったのはもしかして正
I
解だっ
wouldn't
た
go
の
so
か？
far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than with us.
じゃあ真犯人は
Could
誰な
have
ん
been
だ？
Titus. Then again,
どうだろうな。
either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
うん。
Somewhere along the way, we might have been fed a lie or two. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Question.
愛したかな。何も聞かずに行かせちゃったな。やっちゃったな。これはやっちゃったな。フラーシェの演劇がやりたいな。ちょっとな、やらかしたねこれは。教師をやり直そうかしら。時間か。時間って何の？
Oh, you will see. Fast the spirits, the blue medicinal spirits. Grab the bottle and uncork it. It is time to unleash the other world. Hush, hush, Bratan. Now is not the time to celebrate. Now is the time to get ready. Trust me on this. This is what it's all been building towards. It's gonna be off the hook, off all hooks.
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern winds.
Now, Bratan, take me off.
Bratan,
have I ever lied to you? Just take me off.
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Now, put me in the bottle. Trust me. Just trust me. You and I are gonna have so much fun. It should be illegal.
本当に違法じゃないだろうな。わかった。
I'm not gonna let you down. You and I are like the same person.
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. Cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol, the fabric looks almost new again. No longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean. The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. There is silence. The lieutenant has been observing all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
I've got to ask, what are you doing?
だからわからないんだよな。誰にも言いたくなかったんだが、実は最近ネクタイが俺に話しかけてくるんだ。
Of course it has.
はグリーンラグズで目が覚めた時からなんだ。ずっと話しかけてくる。
And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask?
もっと派手にパーティーしろと強要してくることがほとんどだ。
Wonderful. Very useful.
He doesn't actually believe it's wonderful.
Okay, so why did you put it in the bottle?
ネクタイにそうしろと言われたんだ。
Right, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been easy.
We're all under stress. This is turning into a great big mess. I'm not judging. Just keep it together.
Let's go.
ありがとう。理解してくれて。理解はしてないと思うけど。ヒット爆弾だ。パーティーが現場へとあなたは運ぶ魂の水先案内である。趣味の悪いネクタイが医療用の青いスピリットの中に穏やかに浮かんでいる。出てるけど。度数 98.7% のアルコールだけに、このネクタイカクテルは非常に燃えやすい。中に近づける。火炎瓶だね、つまり。火炎瓶を作らせてきたネクタイが。 そして首にはついに蝶ネクタイを巻ける。やった、演劇が上がったぞ。これでフラーシェから話してるんじゃない？ピリットは永遠。覚悟しろブラタン。ああ、女性がさ通報したんだよな。ブラーシェが自作自演なのかな。いや、気になるな、いろいろ。あそこのアンテナすごいっていうこと聞いたら、あれがやりやすかったかもしれないね。でもまあとりあえずはいけたから良いとしましょう。あ、なるほど、体力プラス3のやつ買ったら3回使えるっていうことだったのか。あ、じゃあそっち買った方が結果的にお安く済んでたのかもしれないね。1回で3の体力を回復するんだと思ってたよ。あ、入れなくなってる。ヤさん、全然調べられなくなってる。
Now,
いよいよ
it
で
is
す。
time.
何が？
Crisis, death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
どうすればいいん
Your
だ？
old friend has prepared
はい。
you for this at great cost to himself.
OK。
Make sure you have the spirit
ピリッ
bomb
ト
in your
爆弾
hand.
手に持っとこう。
You hear what sounds like an enthusiastic gurgling coming from the
やる
spirit
気のあ
bomb
るよう
in
な音が
your
聞こえる。
pocket.
これだけじゃ心もとないな。
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
ありがとうキム。あった。ピリッと爆弾するぞ。うわー、緊張する。セーブ。緊張するな。いよいよだ。
I'm all out
あ、
of shits to
モ
give
ンテネー
loincloth.
ル。あー、
Welcome
傭兵の
to
人
the
だ。
fucking reckoning.
チキン着。
Put your damn gun down.
この人が
People
撃っ
are
たの
gonna
か。
get
あー、なん
hurt.
か銃持ってる。
We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
何も
This
言わ
is a
ない。
misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk.
コーティー
Come
だ。
to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
あ、ここにもなんかいる。この人撃ったんじゃない？なんかライフル持ってるよ。
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
巻いているように聞
Nest
こえ
in
る。
your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
どうする？
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
本当？
He doesn't want to, but he must.
う やらねばならぬのですか。わかった。やめろって入るか。
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
よろめいてる。
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
撃つ気か。撃つ気か。どっちが正しいんだ。なんだ。
He is. I was wrong.
あ、間違ってた？
Pig fuck!
あ、そんな。でもここで誰も死ぬ必要はないぞ。
Oh, people are gonna die today.
ああ。
We're not leaving it like this. These tribals.
違うよ。
For everyone to see.
やば。
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless burger, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow.
All right, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face.
Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have to soften him up first. Present no, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
これの中の一つを、得意なやつをやれっていうことだな。感じか。誰だ？アニメがいるとは知らなかったよ。
Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
殺し屋だって。
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20,
棒人間の数を数えよう。
About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
出て黒く塗りつぶされてて、まあ、50人狙ってて2人残ってるっていう感じなのか、それとも黒人たちを殺すのやつなのか。数えたけどよくわかんないぞ。黒人たちを殺すのか。ああ、そうなのか。
Let's fucking do it.
友人、
Easy
落ち着け。フラーシェはどこだ？
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
立ったってどういう意味だ？
Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
ねえ。
You can
やっぱ大事だったじゃん
how upset he
ね。
is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
なんてこった。
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. For God's sake, tell him the Hardys didn't do it. Present a case.
ハーディたちはやってないぞ。
Yeah? Who did that?
待ってくれって言って納得する気がしないな。もう少しだけ。
You had time to fuck around in that church. Chase some dumb drug trader.
撮ってましたが、
Time is up.
彼女は違ったんです。
Now.
ここには、いや、この人な気がするんだけど、クラーシェか？でも、撃ったのは遠くだな。他の人間だよ。
How fucking convenient.
遠くから撃たれていた。うん。ああ。スナイパーの仕業だな。
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper. One more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
え？考えるんだ。あいつはなぜ俺を信じない？ 72%。
The Hardy boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
吊るしたと言った。撃たれたんだよ。え？たちが男を裏に連れて行って吊るしたと言った。今のこと？今撃たれたんだよ。
You're lying. The Paul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
そうだよ。と見せかけるためだったんだ。
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
そんなこと言ってないぞ。
That doesn't sound good.
話題を変える。
You need to change the topic now, or there will. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
ワイルドパインズの代表はお前らの考えに反対だ。全部低いんですが。どっちかだな。装備変えられないのが痛いな。吊るされた男について話そう。
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth.
やつから話をさせる。
He has to start it.
お前は何者だ、コーティ。
Sergeant Major Raul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elysium Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster
ああ、
brothers.
そっかそっかそっか。
Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
そうだった。でも兄弟は兄弟だよ
For
ね。
killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead.
いいよ、いいやつだ。青い目をしている。聞いたことがある名前
He
だ。
sways from left to right, inspecting you.
ラウルとエリス・コーテネール。彼の瞳をじっと見る。兄さんのことは残念だった、ラウル。
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster
手
parent
の親に
or
殴られ
someone
た。
on the farm.
同じ士官学校に通った。同じ部隊に所属して、それから同じ戦争に。のつながっていない兄弟だった。それは分かってる。でもさ、同じ農場で同じクズ野郎から殴られながら育った言ってるから、こっちかな。血つながってるかもしれんな。一緒に捨てられてた可能性あるぞ。上かな。
Same fucking mud hut town,
うん。
too.
ああ。
Okay, good.
彼は両親に落ち葉圧縮機の中に捨てられたんだ。
Who? Laylee.
レリーはまだ小さくて乳児だった。
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
違う
There's
よ。
real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him.
記憶が。
Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us.
違うよ。
Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that.
邪魔をしろ。
Interfere now.
邪魔をしろ。エリーはいいやつだったとみんな言ってる。
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony.
Hmm.
People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
でもやっとく。青い目をしていただろう、お前の兄は。
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down plots.
お前の兄はあんな仕打ちに遭う必要はなかった。約束するよ。必ず犯人を探し出すよ。
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo-san. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
ついぞ。ついぞ。止めの強調とかも持ってないよ、あんまり。ああ、みっともないぞ。ワイルドパインズの代表、お前らの考えに反対だぞ。へへへ。どうしよう。しよう。代表、 反対してるよ。代表は反対してるよ。
Think I care what that company cunt thinks?
本当？協力してるんだ。あの人はお前が手に負えないことを分かっていた。あれ。どういうことでもないかもしれんけどな。罪なき人々を虐殺することを許さないよ、多分。協力してるんだ。え、嘘。
Sailed off 5 minutes ago.
え、嘘。
She doesn't give a shit about you silos.
なんだって。
Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. The company bitch is gone. Layla's cunt is gone.
嘘。
Layla's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid, all of them, trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon. One, no, the rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here
違うと
with
思う
you.
けど。あー、撃たれるかな、これ 72%。
All
よっしゃ。
Here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krano would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
誰が司令官
You
だ？
only have time for one
あと
argument.
一つしか。
Choose wisely.
クレネルは絶対に認めない。クレネルっていうか、じゃあお前に報復の権限を与えてないだろう。
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us.
いるか、市民や地元の法執行官を殺すのはよくなんかない。ならその権限は何なのか教えてくれ。
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not
でも
much.
別のこと考えて
Thinking
る。
about something else, and his hand is off the gun.
58だと
This did something.
58だと手止めの強調とりあえず上げよう、これ。72来い。よし、来た。よかった。
With a crash of
手向いて投げたけど。
glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward.
うん。
In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around the man's neck. It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure.
書き方するね。
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
ありがとう。待てよ、お前の名前すら知らないんだ。
My name, should you know it, is Judson A.S. Men's Fashion Model Colorful Tie, Catalog Number J327.
そっか。ジュープソンね。カラフルタイね。ありがとう。お前のことほとんど知らない。俺たちはどうやって出会ったんだ？
One day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really darn like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again.
ありがとう。
Jubson A.S. Catalog Number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile.
何者も俺を癒すことはできないが、少なくとも俺には楽しいネクタイがある。
And from that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough.
俺たちは少しは楽しめたのか？
Truthfully, not a lot.
あ、そう？
I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things.
ありがとう、そこま
Drink
で
beer,
大切
drink
に
wine,
思ってく
drink
れ
cider.
て。
Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep.
そっかそっ
You
か。
had some fun, but not enough to heal you.
いや、君の言うこと突っぱねてたけど、なんだかんだで好きだったもんな、ネクタイくん。俺のどこが悪いんだ？
Your heart is broken,
あ、
Bratushka.
美しいネク
And it
タイ。
cannot be
なんだ
mended.
い？あ、美しいネクタイになってたんだ。気づかんやった。うん、心は壊れている。直すことはできない。俺はできるだけのことをやった。今でもこのままなのか？
No, you're going to be mowed down by gunfire from the 2 remaining mugs. So no, not
え、嘘？
forever.
殺されるじゃん。俺の心を壊したのは誰だ？
You both did, Bratan. Deep down, you know it was both of you.
お前ら二人ともだ。心の奥底ではそうだと分かっているだろう。あ、お前らって奥さんと自分のことかな。キムは関係ないよね。
No, no. It was her mostly. Don't lie to him.
嘘がつくなネクタイ。あいつっていうのが彼女かな。どうなって
This
るんだ
guy,
い？
well,
あ、
his face has
コー
cracked
ティのこと
open
だった。
into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance that requires you to be on fire. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's dying a horrible,
死んじゃうのあ
painful
なた。
death as you're talking to your tie in your head.
状況悪化するじゃん。
Smells like a steak on the grill. The burning flesh in your nostrils.
兄のそばで安らかに眠ってくれってなるのか。
It's good to see you still have capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you are a good man.
あらばネクタイ。
See you on the other side.
ありがとう、今まで。
Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
気をつける。しゃがむぞ。
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
キムはどこだ？
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger.
発射される。
God, you're so frail.
あ
Too frail to
やば
think further.
反応速度なんて。うわー、服装的にも厳しいよ。服変えたいよ、着替えたい、今すぐ。今すぐ着替えたい。反応速度下がってない、これ。下がってないか。あー、やばい。どうしよう。どうしよう。反応速度。運に任せるしか。
A low shot
そうよね。
you feel a tapping like rain on your chest plate.
キムが撃った。
Heavy drops of rain.
待って。
Then the sound of dice rolling.
タイタスの方向いてるぞ。
Shot evenly from plate to plate.
胸当てがポツポツと打たれる感触がある。あ、雨か。違う。ケースが転がる音とともに着弾の衝撃がプレートからプレートへと均等に分散されていく。
You got hit.
撃たれた。
The armor took most
アーマー着てた。
but still your ribcage
着てないけど着てた。着
feels
てた。
like blood is slowly seeping into your
あ、
lungs.
撃たれてる。
God, Please.
Two shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Ah, 撃たれている。思いっきり。キム、さすが外さないって言ってたもんね。フルヘア撃ったのか。剣だのはこの人っぽいな、見る感じ。ライフル兵を撃ったんだな。
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Reed staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
剣だのは誰だ？
Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he will do on Earth. But he will do it. He will end you. Here it comes. Death.
死んじゃうぞ。反応速度は無理だ。流れに身を任せるしかない。でも避けるでも多分一緒の流れになるよね、失敗しても。じゃあちょっと避けようとしてみようかな。だよな。撃たれたよ。でもこれさすがに必須じゃないよね。
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
失敗してる。通覚式地失敗してる。耳を澄ませ、闇と痛みの向こう側に。
The Hardy boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop!
ガルテさん。
Protect the cop. He's down.
あ、守ってくれてる。半身を
Feels
触
slick
る。
and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
どこがなくなってる。
Most of what's
ああ、
down.
なんてこった。
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No, no.
恐怖
It's
心。
just a
うんう
fear.
ん。
Even if... Who cares?
いやいやいやい
No
やい
one
や。
wants you anyway.
何が見える？
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
ああ。誰も俺に付き合ってくれない。誰も一緒にパーティーしてくれない。暗すぎて何も見えん。イム、俺は嘘をついた。自分が誰なのかわからないふりをしてた。本当は何もかも覚えてる。アプリコットの匂いがする白い影がある。いつもあそこにある。
Stay with me.
ああ、涙が流れている。忘れられないんだ。いくら飲んでも。俺には大きな心があると言われた。本当にそうなのか。また愛してくれていたはずだ。それなのに電話をかけたせいで嫌われた。シルビー？やっち。かけたせいで。あ、まあ過去の話よね。違うよね、さすがに。彼女 女に電話してくれ。キム、俺の話は聞いてくれない。アビゲールかな、電話って。酔ったおじさんがずっとアビゲールに電話するなって言ってたけど。あ、喋り続けろ。あなたの傷口を強く抑える。死ぬんじゃない。
You can't.
ああ。
It's so hard.
ああ。
Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him.
彼の背後に何かを感じる。
A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately.
叫べ。あ、権威が8。完全に信頼されてる97。お願い。
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
悩みに落ちる。
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
俺は亡霊になるのか？
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
まだ戦いたいよ。
There is no fight. The fight is over.
10年前
It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go.
No.
Not before the case is
自主力。事件解決するぞ。
in the distance, a radio of the world. Plain sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
何？彼が地獄の内燃機関？あれからどうなったんだ？全員死んだよね。
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
夢か。部屋がすごく片付いている。 窓ガラスが割れていない。全部夢だったの。夢落ち。キム。
Sunrise, Parabellum.
あ、キムの顔技だらけだ。オーベンジャケット。着てなかったけどね、あれね。部屋が綺麗になってる。
Mr. Gart cleaned it.
あ、
It
ガ
took
ルテ
him
さ
an
ん。
entire day.
大切にしてくれたんだな。ではどのくらい意識を失ってた？
2 days, in and out.
あ、やっぱ怪
You've
我し
been
た
happy
ことには
enough to take Dramamine and curse.
現実だ
And
った
drink
ん
water.
だ。そうだったのね。見てて。
It's not ouch time yet.
うん。
You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
あ、そうなの？オーベンジャケット脱いだの？
Yes.
キム。
The joke wasn't funny anymore.
う
I
ん、
took
そ
it
っ
off.
か。着てたのね、さっ
The
きま
close
では。
proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
着てなかったけどね。さっきなんて言ったんだ？夜明け？
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war.
戦争
It's
に
an
備
old
えよ。
revolutionary saying.
なんだと？
Isn't that written on your...
俺の銃だ。その名前は俺の銃に刻印されてる。
Cops like it.
とは戦争な
The
の
gates
か。
of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty.
あ、そっか。
Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
うん、今のところは阻止できた。よかった。
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
何があったん
What
だ？
happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the major. A firefight ensued.
奴は死んだのか。
Very. He died in the hospital.
か。
A blood-stained killer.
俺は人殺しだ。
You're an officer of the RCM.
ありがとう。
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
あ
He sounds a
あ。かっこ
tiny
い
bit
い。
sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
うん。
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
グレン撃たれてたよね。助からなかったか。わあ、自分がやったせいで他の人が亡くなってしまったって。
This is not the first person to die in his place.
そうか。
He goes on.
仲間を失ったりしてるんだな。
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They
うわ
both
あ。
died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
音楽家音楽家いたっけ？友人か。
Yes, he's still alive too.
友人いたかも確か
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me.
に。うん。
I was able to disarm one of
あ
them,
そうね
the。Pole, before she got a jump on me.
あれ失敗してたらキム殺されてたのかな。
Thank you.
ああ、団結心が
I
礼を
killed
言っ
her,
てる。
and that's what happened.
後ろから撃とうとした女性ね。傭兵は全員死んだんだな。
The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
報復の動きはない。な
Because
ぜ？
we deterred them? Or Joyce did?
うん。
Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
あるいは
Maybe they are simply taking their time
あ、
and
時
will
間
attack
かかって
soon.
る。
I don't know.
うん。一日に一本しか吸わないと
This
思っ
is
て
the
た
one.。
本当？お互い人殺しだな。組合側に犠牲者は何人出た？
3. Glenn, Theo,
その3人。
Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
アンガス。テオさん、おじいちゃんね。グレンは代わりに撃たれた人ね。この剣は無料。どうすればもっと、いや、キムは過去をあんまり振り返ること言わない人だからな。失敗してもあんまり言わずに前を見てくれるんだよな、キム。第3次になったな。
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
笑顔。
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
俺の怪我は重いのか？
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fall.
まあ手に入れててよかった。歩けるかな？
We will see.
なんかいろいろサブクエストの分が影響してるな。
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become
精神歩行者になるしかない。
psycholocomotor.
同僚はまあそっちの怪我は大丈夫そうだな。精神歩行者だ。
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
見舞いは来た？誰か。
No.
来てないよ
A
な。
man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean-Vic Mayer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky.
空に向かってそびえ立つ港のクレーンが見える。来ようとしてない誰
Back to
か。
that shithole, he says.
なんかジャンビクマールが来ようとしてるよ。本当に？
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
まだ誰も来てないんだろ
I'm sure they're worried about you.
本当かな？治療してくれたのは誰だ？
I did.
ありがとう。そんなことができたの。うちの怪我
Not
は？
very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun.
殴ら
I
れは
tried
し
to
たん
not
だ。
move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
わかった。成功して。わかった。立ち上がれる？立ち上がれるか？
Easy now.
ゆっくり。
How are you?
ディスコの日々も終わりだな。最高の気分だ。やってやろうぜ。
He nods.
これからどうなるんだ、キム。
I honestly don't know.
本当にもわからな
We
いの
can't
か。
talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce, yes, she left yesterday morning to meet the board of Wild Pines. Oh, that
あ、
is
でも
what I've
昨日
heard.
の朝か。
There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classier too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
ああ、地雷があり、それを踏むことを嫌うっていうのがジョイスのことなのかな。ルビー、クラーシェ。彼女逮捕しておくべきだったな、ほんと。犯人は誰だ？
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
このスズランだ、キム。穴だよ。あの壁の穴はどうなんだ？誰かがクラーシュの部屋を覗いていた。あの呪われた足跡だ。まだ被害者が遠距離から撃たれた可能性が 28% の確率で残ってる。骨董品の銃弾とそれを放った 4.46 ミリ口径のベルマグレイブ。手に入れるのは難しいのか。どれくらい希少なんだ。この辺りには古い、防空壕的なやつだよな。壕や、武器庫があらゆる場所にある。革命の時代のものが事件を解決するってことを俺がどう捉えているかわかるか。スズラン？まあ、遠距離から撃たれた可能性 28%。これ、銃弾とこれに入れるの難しいから。
There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
28%
We should
の
go
確率。
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
スズランだ？屋上に落ちてた。あったね。
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's
本
wrong.
当かな。街中のどんなゴミもこの事件と関係があるんだ。壁の穴はどうなんだ？
I don't know. That's been there for years.
呪われた足跡だ。
God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
革命時代のも
We
の
could
がいっ
find
ぱいある
thousands
ね。
more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
神秘的なものに移りました。捜査に役に立たないなんて俺には信じられないぞ。
No need to be melodramatic.
あ、ごめんね。と、事件を解決するってことを俺がどう捉えているかわかるか？
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
解決は難しいな。
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
まだ諦める気はないんだろ
No. Are you ready to limp?
いけるぞ。
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did
屋上だな。
mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
部屋を調べなければ。
Another look at the window, perhaps?
はい。
The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
綺麗になってる。走れるね、普通に。ドアが開いてる。今ならキムの部屋に入れるぞ。やったー。いやー、一個進んだね。ちょっとアンテナの話聞いておいたらそこ変わっただろうね。キムの部屋だ。やったー。6時50分にセットされてるマーキュロクロム外科用メス。これもまあ今回使ったものかな。
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
ああ、そっか。生きながらえさせてくれてあ
It
り
would
がと
have
う。
been easy were it not for my concussion.
ほんと
We
ね。
both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure neither of us feels.
あ、はい。じゃあ、見るか。
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror.
綺麗になって
The
る。
bed's a little nicer now.
窓はね、何もできないか。でもガルテさんとかとも話したいな。あ、走らなければ大丈夫かもな。わかった。すごい激動だったな。いやー、運動能力大事だったね。走らないようにしよう。ヒルポイントだ。何か置いていったようだ。
Next to the
ブ
stack
ラ
of
シのあ
bills,
れや
you
っと
see
き
a
たか
note,
ったな。
a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting,
何
just as the writer was about to rush
札
out
束
the
の
door.
横。
I'm sorry, I fucked
騙してご
everyone
めんな
over.
さい。私じゃ
P.S.
ない。
I didn't kill
プレ
him.
ゼントが上の階。
P.P.S. Gift.
A gift.
あ、プレゼントってのはなんだ？
I am not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap,
そう
okay?
ね。
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
急いで出てっ
It's
たようだ
hardly
な。
surprising.
うん。プレゼントってなんだ？
You see the same two neon-lit shapes,
赤い糸。
a man and a woman, only
赤い
now
糸
a
引か
red
れて
thread
る。
bisects the room, pointing from the antenna
弾道。
outside to the cupboard on the wall.
部屋が赤い糸で二分されている。外のアンテナから壁に取り付けられた穴の方へと伸びている。おう。
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
うーん。
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
この糸は一体どこを指し示しているんだ？
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof.
ああ、トリプルダッシュの方だ。
The island in the bay.
彼女はあの小島から弾が飛んできたと言いたいのか？一番確率低いって言ってたとこだね。
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
あの小島には廃墟がある。あれは沈みかけの要塞島だ。オイン式双眼鏡で見た。
I remember.
あの女どこでこんなゲートを身につけたんだ？
She
本
was
当。
there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
ああ、なるほど。そっか。窓壊される前か。
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know.
Mm.
The question is, should we trust her?
どっちとも言えないな。これが彼女なりの詫びの仕方なんだろうさ。どっちとも言えない。
Indeed. Neither do I.
He's used to knowing who to trust. This makes him uncomfortable.
これは俺たちがまだ除外できていない場所の一つでもあるな。
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
乗り気じゃなさそうだな。
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
ごめんね、ありがとうね。
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
いや、やってみるべき。
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
対空砲があったのを覚えてる。ただの残骸だったかもしれないが、あの島にそういうものがあったのは確かだ。望遠式双眼鏡で見た。じゃあすごいズームできるんだ
Could be
ね。
the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military
そういうことじゃない。
fortifications are
狙
made
撃
for that kind of
地点っていうことね。 鼻くそったれ島に行くぞ、キム。俺は行ってみるつもりだが、あんたも来るか？
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
いなくなっちゃった。リリエンヌ頼るしかないね。
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
アンテナ調べられないかな。いやー。はあ。アンテナについて聞きたかったな。あったよ、これは。ルビーと全然話さなかったからな。いや、すごいね。こんな関係ないと思ってた話が繋がってるんだな。
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
気に入ったよ。
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was a crazy move. Crazy effective. Petroleum bomb. Never seen anything like that. I was there until it struck him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
客はどこに消えた？
Oh, you know,
そりゃそうだよ。
people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
あのサングラスの男
I
どうな
don't
った？
remember everyone who comes
ああ、そう
here.
か。
And many people wear sunglasses inside lately.
あの人全然わからず終わったな。これは言っとかなきゃな。っていうか女性、まあでも見た目全然違ったか、女性は。あんたは外に出てたんだな。バルコニーにいるのを見た。
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because
ねえ、よくいたよな。2つの単語みたいに言うと、なんかケツに問題をかかって出るみたいに聞こえるぞ。強盗などの意味になるんだ。そうとも、お前はバッドアースだと思う。
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I'm done.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
ヤッホー、あなたはいるんですね。
Hi again, gendarme.
え
Bye bye, gendarme.
あ、そっか、この人何も知らないのかな、その場にいなかったから。ああ、少なくなっちゃったね、人数。
The bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
大多数。
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. There I was, thinking, where are we gonna find a tin opener large enough for those cans? Impressive shit, Copper. None of us would be breathing right now if it wasn't for... I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Harvey can muster
最大の感謝のね。黙ってうなずこう。
Now, how can I help you?
あんたの仲間が犠牲になったのは残念だった。
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
一番信頼してた人。ああ、違う。ガルテか。
And Glenn.
あ、グレンじゃん。ガルテは店長だ。店長じゃないけど。グレンか。
We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
チャンキーは逃げてったよね。みんないいやつらだったな、なんだかんだ。
Well, yeah. Memento Mori. Right.
メメン。忍ぶ言葉かな。どういう意味？
It means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Because tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
ハーディーボーイズはこれからどうなるんだい？
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads.
いいやつだな、タイタ
Tibbs
ス。
if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
クラーシェに何があった？
Don't know? Don't care.
あ、そうか。
I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
正直に言ってくれ。本当はクラーシェに惚れてたんじゃないか？
He did.
惚れてた。俺も同
He
じだよ。
shrugs and tries to
俺
look
の
uninterested.
多重人格はほぼ惚れてたよ。俺はこれからどうすればいいと思う？
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
そうか、そうか。
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebachop.
いいかもしれんな、キム。
You both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
Milkers. あ、milkers って言うんだね。
You're welcome, Bina Clark.
初めて聞いたな、
You're
その
all
表
right
現。
in my book.
あ、健康そのものですか。
Take care, coppers.
じゃあね。
You too look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today.
あ、
But
も
men
う
don't get that
完全
lucky
にお別れっ
twice.
ぽいな。
Copo Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Janrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
うわ
And
ーい。
if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back,
うわ
I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good
ー。ああ、
officer.
確かにね。
That man was born to lead.
RCM にもあんたのような男が必要だ、タイタス。少し考えてみてくれ。
I will, capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
うん。バーディーボーイズとお別れか。悲しいな。この人は何もないだろうな。あ、ちょっと走っちゃった。ごめんね。結局金がすべて。いや、金がすべてなんかじゃないよ。いやはは。おー。あいよえ。ありで。Please do.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
あ、彼女か。彼女だな。
This was
シ
Cindy
ンディ
this
だ
time.
ね。傑作を言い表す言葉を見つけたようだな。
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
重油の匂いが
And
する。
blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
何が言いたいんだい
You could
?
buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that
ああ、
way.
それは
Safer.
まあある意味かっこいいかもだけど。というか重油を使っているのはそういう意味を持っているかもしれんな。おじいちゃんどうしても走っちゃうな。
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
またね。あ、報告はしたのかな。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
うん、捜査官2人がもう言われてると思うけど
Something
ね。
is wrong. Only static
あれ
hisses through the speaker.
もしもし。
No reply.
あら、
Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
邪魔されてるぞこれ。
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming out our communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
危なくない
No more
か。
dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men.
そうね。
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is.
うん。
The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a
仕方ないな。
My man, you're alive.
生き
Almost.
た。
Kind of. Sort of alive?
生きて足を引きずってるよ。
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
地元組合の筋肉自慢じゃなかったぞ。
Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, what next?
ほぼ解決だが、ちょっとした最終確認が
Good
残っ
luck
て
with
る
that,
な。
man. Ain't easy being you. But hey, you're still breathing, right?
父さんの家庭で女ドライバーに会ったよ。ルビーという女だ。
Okay. Is it wise to share information about the case like this,
心配
sire?
してるからトミーは。
The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
彼女は逃がしてやった。何も罪は犯していなかったから。彼女はでも無事は教えてあげたいよね。罪は犯しているけど。まあでも、安心させてやろう。
Good on her. And good on you too, my man. That's merciful. Downright merciful. You cops keep exercising that muscle, and people will be more willing to cooperate, you know.
He's clearly relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
ごめんよ、キム。タクシードライバーさんに話しかけたい。あれ、いない。そっか。いろいろ変わってるよな、そりゃ。このスト破りもいなくなってるよね、多分。あ、いるんだ。あ、ちょっと待って。ファンエイクだ。ファンエイクか。
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
開拓者の人生に危険はつきものだろう。
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
Okay. で、他の連中はどうした？
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out for the time being.
中に入る手引きをしてくれないのか？
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
これからどうなる？
I'll tell Ebrak you drop by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
本当かな？イブラード全然信用してないんだけど。あんたの方はこれからどうするつもりなんだ？
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that rare I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
気をつけろよ。
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
どうしようかな。いや、どうしようじゃないんだよな。もう仕方ないんだけどさ。がたいのいいおじさんはいいや、お兄さんは。
Is this about the question?
全然知らない感じだな。やっぱりさ、アンテナについて聞けなかったの痛いなって思って、プログラマーさんにさ、プログラマーさんに無線やってもらったら報告できるかもしれないからね、さっきのやつ。
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig.
ありがとう。
Guess that was cool.
事実かもな。
Cool. That's very cool to Kuno.
やったー。
Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different.
別扱いされないのか。
Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
いや、強かったぞ。なぜか気分がいい。子供をそんなね、巻き込むのんじゃないよな。
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
心配してくれてる。心配してくれてるな、クーノースは
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
ちょっと変わんないじゃん。サンディだっけ。ガル族の彼女。
Hello again, sir.
ここら辺はあんまり変わってないんだな。そんなに友達になった扱いじゃないんだろうな。 こ絵描きたいよ。やっほー。あれ、いないな。どこ行った？燃やせと？燃やせということ？燃やしたら出てくる？タバコ買う？いるかな？いない。そっか。で、頃合いを見て終わりたいね。ちょっとね、さすがに、もう、さすがにもう、夜遅くてね。意外と長くなりそうだから、タバコ買って燃やして、一旦終わりにしようかな。で、次クリアまで行きたいな。燃やそう。タバコ持ってないよね。キムは持ってると思うけど。燃やすのが芸術だぞ、これ。これか。
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
タバコをくれ。
Here you go, mister.
なら。そういや、このレインコート
You
さ。
see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of
耐
croissants
久
and
力。
juice bottles.
Here you go.
ここにあったなーって思って、今。耐久力これで上げられたか。体力上げるやつ。いやー、大事だったなー。圧縮機によって耐久力は絶対成功すると思ってたけど、体力って体力だよ。そして減ったまんまじゃないか。まったく。
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar.
下がれ、キム。
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
静かにうなずいてい
Let's
る。
go to that island.
Slowly,
もう
the
嫌がら
flames
れなかっ
subside,
た。
the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
行くぞ。これやったことによってさ、絵描ける可能性上がってない？シンディどこ行ったの本当に。シンディはもう無理なのかな、絵描くのここに。おばあちゃんに聞けないかな。
Give me a moment.
あ、これか。不動産のやつ。
I see.
うん。
I hope some good people are finally going to move in.
うん。
This place needs them.
コンピューターのウィザードが来る。誰も来やしない。だらしない女に。大丈夫。ラジオコンピューターのウィザードが来るぞ。
Oh, I do like wizards. And people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about our fates.
She means clairvoyance.
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about. She leaves an old letter.
She mumbles.
もうないのか。シンディに会いたかったけどね。わあ、いろいろ消えている。気をさ。 サビリティ悩んでない。あ、洗面器ができる。シンディいない？もう。いや、クラーシェとか残ってるぐらいいなくなってても変わんないだろうな。やばい、やめらんないな。スキルポイント1しか溜まってない。あ、そっか、使いまくったもんね、ちょこちょこ。そうだったな。あー、面白いなあ。ヤッホー、元気？
Wow!
なんだよ。
Cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell.
あ、何？
Cool. That's
クール。
cool.
よかった。よかったのか？わかんないけど、クールって言われちゃった。こんにちは。
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
これを政治と呼ぶの
In
か？
its purest form. Now, what can I do for you?
あ、ひげ剃ろうかな。そしたらまた体力が減るんだよな、ひげ剃ろうとしたら。剃りたいんだがな。あー、やめられなくなってる。
The trap is full of loca. Fourth.
あー、でも七節系のやつはもう終わっちゃうよっていう忠告あったね。多分もうすでに終わってはいただろうけど。お、なんだい？手と目の強調な、あれば。イラの束。
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I? Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
結局、銃を持った男たちが俺のとこにやってきたよ。
I'm not sure those were the loss of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready.
準備をしなけりゃ。これで終わりか。ルビーあって大丈夫だったよっていう話ないのか。新しい話仕入れてきたぞ。
Man, you're like bleeding now.
あ、でも反応してる。
Reality's really messed you up.
大変なんだ。じゃあな。アビゲイル。
There's no waking him from his stoop.
君が言ってくれたあれがすごく良かったよ。ありがとう。教会はどうなってるかな。ひげも剃れるけど。やめられない。ヤッホー、元気？変わんないや。あ、撃たれた。 下がっておるな。アンチウィラルダス。あー、ダイスを持ってるんだ。はい、かくやってみるか。撃たれて1減っちゃったな。うまく避けられたらな。さすがにあれは無理だったな。野菜角って全然ないんだったっけ？なさそうだな。で、あ、プラス、あ、普通のせいで下がった。近くだけが上がるやつ。あ、よし。え？何ここ？あ、枠でそうなのやつがあったのかい。
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
踊るか。
You close your eyes and dream.
But just imagine them.
Your aching leg
Ah,
doesn't want you to imagine anything else.
足。
I hope you're not trying to dance
あ、
with
ごめ
that
んごめん
leg
ご
of
めん。
yours. Healing from a gunshot wound takes time and patience.
セリフ変わってる。やっちゃったね。そんなことあるんだ。
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
でもやりたいけどな、ちょっとな。
Welcome back.
足を打たれた。
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something.
打たれた。
When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know. Anyway, shot in the leg. I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
ありがとう。みんなに心配されたい。
What's on your mind?
はい。
Yes, what is
ア
it?
ンテナ。騎兵将校の視点。あ、そうなんだ。近い。なんかいろいろ騎兵将校の視点と視界を持っているな。ちょっと待って、なんだっけ。大学？概念化か。概念化で騎兵隊のブーツはいいんだな。隊と概念化。これ騎兵隊と概念化。あ、服も着られるんだ。メスクだ。騎兵隊概念化はシャツはすでについている。
Yes, what is it?
ゴブゴブ、来い。
All right,
Yeah.
brainstorming time. Remember, this is just the ideation phase. There are
Don't you think the union would object to that? That is why we don't use it then.
あのアンテナの話聞いたら絶対変わったよな。あ、はい。あれミディアム？本当？ハードコアだと思うけどな。例えば普通に RCM で固めたことなかったな。たまには。あ、これメスクギャングの靴だったんだ。さっきも言ったっけ？ バイク刑事。RCM。あ、両方 RCM じゃん。ジャケットか。じゃああんまりまとめられんかもな、RC。うん。これも何か基準値上がってないかな。上がってないな。手さばき欲しいね。手さばき大事だよ。手と目の強調と手さばきと。リリエンヌにお願いして、いろいろわかるのかな。ちゃんとわかるかな。ちゃんとわかって終われるかな。
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you. Reprimanding you for falling.
転んで膝を痛めたわけじゃないよ。撃たれた。気に入ってくれると思うね。
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
言っちゃっていいのかな。ご心配を呼びませんよって言っといて。死
So
ん
you're
だ。
a killer?
え
That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
ほとんどの警官は人殺しだな。
Aye. I bet they are.
あ、いい人殺しと。
The good ones, at least.
聞きたいことがある
Of
んだ。
course. Can I help you with something?
あの島に行かなくちゃならない。
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
貸してくれないか。
If you promise to bring it
あー、あ
back.
りがとう
And no
ね。
scraping the hull. I just got it nice and
あ、
yellow.
うん、酒は飲ま
And
ない。
no drinking on the
無
boat.
謀な操
And
縦。
no joyriding either.
あー、できるかな、ちゃん
Of
と。
course, ma'am. It's only for a
2
day
日
or
だけ
two.
です。
Official police business.
Aye.
注意深くうな
The
ずき
crow's
ます。
feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
あの島には何があるんだ？
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself.
誰
Who
が
has then?
行ったんだ？彼じゃない？
My husband used to
う
drink there.
ん。
Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
孫？
The twins.
うん。
God forbid they bring the girl
自
along in
分
some
で
rickety
ボート
barge.
漕いでいくの。女の子。
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
あの島に行くのに注意しなければならないことある？
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater.
あ、はい。
Cut your boat if you're not
南側
careful.
からね。
Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
手さばき必要かなこれ。ありがとう。
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
はーい、南側からね、手さばき一応上げとこう。これでいいでしょ。子供たち。
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
あの島に行ったことあるらしいね。あれだ、あそこに何があるのか知りたいんだ。
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
焚き火した危険なことするね。
Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
他に
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
いつ言った？君の男が来て火を消せって言われ
Your
た。
nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
誰か住んでるの？
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
イエスということにしよう。そいつはなんで焚き火の男なんだ？
Because he asks to put the fire out.
なんで火を消すように言うんだ？
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
終わりって言ったか？
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
返答があった。そこについて他に知ってることはない？年齢そいつはそこに住んでる
No,
の
he
か？
doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2
2回
times.
あそこにいた。
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
なぜ？
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
お父さんも言ってたんだろうって言っていいのか
Our
な？
father killed himself. Don't say that. He didn't.
そっか。してないよ。
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you.
ごめんね。
Father isn't
そう
the
ね
fire guy.
そうね。やっぱ聞いちゃダメだったか。言ってることはそれで全部かな？
There's
お、あそこに？
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
じゃあな。おー、気になる。前に向かう。うわ、気になる。やめらんない。やめらんないよ。くー。
Be careful out there.
じゃあね。島で降りてセーブできるならセーブしよう。で終わろうね。ね。
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation
終わ
comes
りっ
over
てこ
you.
とかな。
Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary
残し
preparations?
たこと。
Closed all your accounts?
話したい人とは話したよ。話した。
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small
あ、
tank.
一
You
回し
won't
か
be
行けないっ
going
て
back
こと
and
だね。
forth on this.
エンジンは任せたぞ、キム。俺はラジカセを持っておく。
What?
なんだって言ってなんだかだ。他にどうやったら島に行くまで爆音でサート FM を流せるってんだ。
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
いや、焚き火のおじさんいるからな。行こう。セーブもしたからね。本当にラジカセ持ってるよ。
Want to be free. Want to be free.
意外と静かな曲だ。
It will last forever. Eternally.
あー、普通に流れてる曲だ。その時々で。あー、なんかいよいよな感じするよ。教会の一番高い十字架みたいなのが立ってるところがあれなんだろうね。忘れたな。キーあれもうすぐエンディングかな、これ。ひょっとしてこの曲リプレイ中に流れてた曲、この曲の一部だったのか。なんか油みたいなの流れてきてるよ。
Want to be free. Eternally. Disco and
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
お、いろいろ調べられるな。てか終わってないの？南の高速道路。4時間半か。これはできずに終わるな。はあ。セーブしよう。今日は終わり。明日だ。はい。だな。楽しみ。どうなるかな。ちゃんといけるかな。不安だけど。できる限りやり直しとかはせずにね。最後まで